Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? Jesus fuck. Oh shit. That's fun. Well, that'll wake you up. Just inhaling some energy drink. It's okay. It's a much more effective delivery route. Excuse me? What, WeBull? What was the opening price for VIX? $16.50. Thank you, Carl. Why the fuck is this showing a $2,000 loss? Apparently my out of the money sold VIX put is worth $5. What phenomenal pricing structure. Well done with the math on the back end, Weeble. $49,000% rip. $49,900. It's not Celsius, but there is a peach on the bottle. It's like butt cheeks. Wait, how do I fucking... There. It's juicy. It's actually called Juicy Peach. All right. I'm fucking logged out of everything. Goddamn Windows updates. Another Rad MOASS day? I don't know what your Rad MOASS? It's crazy. Why would Rite Aid MOASS? Well, it looks like there's just really a ton of call buying up to delta neutral, and then still a ton of calls above that, but not as many. So let's see if this just keeps going. I need to check something. There it is. Okay. That just doesn't work. Fantastic. Wait, did you guys get the daily DD? Here. Not fucking. Well, it's probably still useful. Maybe. Dork, how many bips on Rite Aid before I'm right? It's up 26.2% yet. Well, so far this week. It's not $1 yet, but I mean it's up a lot. We think Jumia is gonna move today, or did the tips turn around this morning? The tips have turned around every morning. That hasn't kept it from moving. It looks like they're already starting to contract. Ew, failure. I didn't pay for that. Did I miss the secret Rite Aid DD? There wasn't any. Am I looking up top? Still juicing the caboose? Yeah, it could keep going. Just looks like it just gapped up a bunch. No, Rad's going bankrupt. I wouldn't buy leaps on it at all. It's not a lot of calls above DN. Not as many, no. Keep an eye out for risking off. Although right now it does look like call buying is coming in. HE up a little bit this morning. Ooh, Upstart already breaking 30 again. Oh, there's too many things going all at once. All right, there's Upstart. Rejecting on 30. It looks like it's going to swing with the market. GME back under 16 for a minute here. How many shares did they borrow today? 150,000. Bar rate's down. Nice. Gamma Max moved down today to like 20. About 2,000 rad shares at 43 cents. Sold 20, 11, 17, 23. 0.05 cc's for 45. Nice. So 2 cents a share. Ooh, they're doing big shorts. Hmm. Tested the prior resistance at 90 cents. Rejected. Crazy. All right, so VIX down, GME moving. Okay, back to open. Fully overnight gap. All right. What do I need to look at? Oh. Upstart bounced. What's NQ doing this morning? Okay. Bonds are still kind of crushed, although they've bounced back a little bit from the pre-market. Dixie's down. NQ up over ES today. So tech pumping harder. Oil down. We had a chance to look at the Forum 144s on Upstart. No. Will the book written about today be titled The Struggle Bus That Couldn't? Possibly. I mean, there's still a lot of out of the money call buying going on right now, but oop. Interesting. I closed out my underwater spreads from yesterday, up 20%. I'm going to take the rest of the day off trading and hope for a good entry on puts tomorrow when it settles. Took 20 months to realize calls and puts are the way. Nice, man. Well done. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. I think no gap fill if they lose ES 4400. That caps their upside. Well, right now we're still trading above it. We're at 4405. So I don't think losing it's that big of a risk yet. Definitely trying to stabilize a bit and keep the pump going without filling the gap. Pedal to the metal on VIX. Let's see. Still a lot of call buying. Most of the call buying still seems to be at 70, 75. I think most of the positive delta being added to the chain here is just sold puts. IWM doesn't give a fuck. No, not particularly. I forgot the last few streams, so I like this one extra to make up for it. Thank you so much, Odorous. Is the Bulls' best hope just to get 4350p to move up for FOMC minutes? And most of the 4350p are sold, but yeah, they would definitely rather enter like FOMC above DN than below it. What's that VIX spread on your screen? Oh, the one that's down 49,900%. It's mispriced. I mean, the max loss on the position is like $120. So yeah, it's just fucked up. Bad bid ask. Actually, I think VIX's, I gotta check VIX's opening price today. But it should be I think one of them cash settled in the money. Opened at 16. Yeah, so it should be negative $95. The IWM slip. What you doing, Russell? Rejected off 80. So we're rejected yesterday. Pretty close, yeah. Ooh, gap down. There. Oh shit. There goes Apple. The Bears, yeah. I need to fuck with that. No. Rad doesn't seem to give a shit. Fubo? Fuck that. Alright, well that protected my downside a bit. Are the bond vigilantes here to battle the meme 7? Yeah, it looks like it. Fucking yields just dropped like 50 BPS in like a couple minutes. Or went up 50 BPS in a couple minutes. Rally was too fast. That's what I'm thinking. At least the gap down? Maybe more. We got in the money calls selling off at 85 and 90. Or out of the money calls. And in the money calls selling off at 55, 45, 40. Actually, 50 went down too. So we'll see if the delta here keeps dropping. Let's see. Puts bought at 60, 55, 50. Then sold at 40. Some puts at 70 too. Oh, all right. Gherk, I have puts. Nice, man. All right, what's futures doing? ES is testing 4,400 right now. Yeah, if this fails, we could drop to like 43.85 pretty quick. And that would probably fill most of the gap. If not all of it. Netflix played dead. Found support at 71 today. It definitely needs to be repositioned if nothing else. It might be. If we get another sell off today, I would just get the fuck out of it. Waller opening his mouth in like 18 minutes. I don't know if that's going to change anything in the bond market. Fucking bond volatility is going crazy. Maybe this shit really can't normalize without a crash. Dollar's down. ES is slipping. Russell slipped like fucking 30 basis points already. Dow lost it all the ground it gained. We'll see if VIX rees up here. Eh. The future sellers are coming in kind of hard. Everyone's pulling back all their fucking shorts. Do I care about that? It's still super illiquid. Oh yeah, maybe I do. All right. Maintain exposure of that. Okay, I've got to put. Getting fucking stopped out of everything. VIX is moving up pretty quick. So I'm hearing is Jimmy will not go to 50. It was never going to go to 50. I've been playing lots of inverse instruments, but if Jimmy doesn't run here, that doesn't mean it won't run by like October 20th, right? So like if they short this, they're gonna have to turn to the lending pool until after OPEX. And that means the borrow rate and the shares available to borrow should start dropping. So as illiquid as GME currently is, there's no other source of liquidity, or there's going to be no other source of liquidity besides the lending pool to short it. Gork, my calls and puts and neutral positions are all dead. Yeah, I could see that. Wait, how are your neutral positions dead? Gap at 43.72. Yeah, yeah, we gap down. I don't know if we're gonna fill that. ES is already back below 40. Like ES will have to bounce back over 4,400 in order for us to go back and fill that gap right now. And sell volume's still pretty strong. The 5-year is turning positive, but the 30 and 20 are starting to move back. So those are starting to stabilize a little bit. Russell hit resistance here. Okay, so Q. Yeah, it still looks like that gap might fill. Dixie's wrecked. It's down 15 BPS. It's not really wrecked. It's not having a great day. Yeah, it still looks like shit. Saddle 4380. Is Upstart done for now? I'm not gonna fuck with it because of the bond risk. So I cut a bunch of longs for. I'm gonna see what happens. This market is very liquid. No, it's not. Left side or right side gap? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, see, bonds are starting to move positive again. So they had them stabilized for a second. That's the 2030. The 5 slipped back to negative. The 10's down 150 BPS, and the 20 and 30 are down like 180. How does IWM look to you? Risky, kind of like the indexes. The rest of the indexes. The bond market doesn't give a fuck about calls. Like if they're gonna go long vol, they're just gonna fucking go long vol. Hmm. RTY might slip 179 here. This is fun. Calls might be too expensive in the early part of the day for them to win, honestly. 43.55 taking profit. I'm looking at 43.55 for a bounce. Interesting. Okay. I kind of see where you're coming from. Alternate theory. We blow right through a 50. How's Upstart looking? Not good because IWM failed really hard. And the sell-off brought in liquidity, which you can kind of see. It's hard, but you can kind of see it right there. Yep. These fucking circles. This morning reminds me a lot of Friday. Really? It's kind of the opposite, right? I mean, it reminds you a lot of Friday in the sense that the price is going the other way. WeBull's the jankiest charting software ever. Yes, it is. Okay, yields are getting a little better. Not a lot though. Bad AM data, red stream card. That was bullish into market open. Also, the color of the stream card does not have anything to do with the market's direction. What the fuck? It's red and black. And it's a diagonal arrow. God damn it, pigeon teeth. You should have made the arrow go left or right. You guys actually think that the fucking stream cards are indicative of the price action in the market? How many of you are buying derivatives based on the fucking stream card? I literally just have a pile of like unused PNGs, and I just slap one in there when I'm like when I'm like right after I've woken up. Like you blindfold me with dental floss. The amount of thought that I put into the like which stream card I choose every morning is almost zero. Kirk's under a gag order from BlackRock. He has to communicate through stream cards. That's fucking ridiculous. Jesus Christ. My only TA is based on what color your clothes are. The time you appear on stream and subtle hints gleaned from careful study of things like stream cards and looking for hidden messages in Discord. Amazing. I buy derivatives based on the color of wine that Darth chugs. What's rosé? Is that like a is rosé like a bull put? Pickles picks word count equals end of day SPX price. God, now it won't work anymore. Rosé leads to straddling. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dark, this is getting weird, man. Do I only get 1 day of bullishness? That doesn't seem fair. So where I close my GME and Upstart calls, market may rip now. fucking bonds, man. What are you gonna do? Yields are starting to come back down again. I'm not sure that the call buying on this bounce is going to be enough to bring us back up, though. Let's see where we're at on ES. Yeah, there's still plenty of room to the downside on ES. I think this can continue a bit further. Although 60 is not the worst place for it to try to turn around, I guess. Hmm. 50 would be more like it. We're seeing an attempt at a reversal off of the back of put capitulation. I don't think it's gonna work. No, it's Did your call side stop out on a lot of shit? Yeah. It's fine though. I figure I'll build it back up going into the FOMC minutes. Why did Princess Diana cross the road? Because she wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Cheers, Gurk. Too soon, Booth. Too soon. How you doing, man? Cheers. As Twitter goes out of business, have you noticed they try to send you more emails and clickbait? No? Do they send? I don't think I've ever gotten. I've gotten I think I get emails about like notifications or something, but I've never gotten emails about anything else. Nope. Perfectly normal volatility there. Oh, what's the best way to get exposure for the rest of the day? I don't think we're gonna close here. Give me a second. 60, 50, 70. Hmm. 60 credit. Yeah, I see. All right. Does this Fubo gonna hit 350? I don't know. Did it finally fucking move up above now? Not yet. Fubo's like not really. There's not a lot of covering going on it right now. Like it's illiquid, but they're not covering yet. I'm playing lots of inverse instruments, SPXS, NVDS. Moved out of them before the pumps these past weeks. What would you look for to re-enter? Thank you. Mm, a breakdown, like once we start breaking down below some of the Vega risk that's still on the chain. Yesterday they de-risked quite a lot, but still most of it below like 4250. So if we break down near the front end of the Vega risk, where Vega risk is higher, like shit they've been selling at the money, like 4350, 4325, they may kind of lose control of the pump, right? And once their Vega risk starts getting buried again, that's a pretty good sign that we're gonna probably move down further. Hmm. Keeping vol under control still. And I guess if I can fill 60s, but then maybe I'd rather just sell vol here. This is bound to find a recovery at some point. Have the money put. Oh shit. Hold on, give me a second. I'm just trying to see where this is gonna go. It still looks like it can fail a bit more before we get a recovery. Maybe that's it. Nope, yields are moving up again. What the fuck is going on? Just buy the 70 call. So on October 11, 43.55. That's crazy. what is going on, Dork? Yeah, they're definitely pushing, but it's not getting them anywhere really. Fuck. Hmm. Did you find a new puzzle to solve? Maybe. We're going to 4,400, and those sold calls will close and rip us to 4,425. I don't think that many of the calls at 4,400 are sold. Definitely not now. Sorry if you discussed already. Are you still thinking Upstart will go up? My calls aren't looking how I wanted them to. I stopped out of Upstart because bonds were starting to fail again. Like IWM does not look good right now. Hmm. I guess I'll wait. Put like in the money put positioning is building at 4370. Out of the money at 4360. Fucking call buying just fell off super hard. Maybe they're just gonna yield to the ES sellers. Yeah, volume on ES is still really high over the last like 20 minutes. Like this entire like bear flag, really high fucking volume on ES for a consolidation period at least. Oh, man, ES really wants to move back down to 4385. Or maybe, well, at least 4390. That's what they kept trying to push it to yesterday, too. Like, all the sellers kept selling back off to 4390 yesterday. So once that cover bid falls off, when we hit like the top of the market maker hedge, the bulls are just fucked. This is the same shit that happened yesterday. Except calls are way more expensive now than they are at the end of the day. 4290, 4390. Sorry, on ES, 4390 ES. I thought I said 4390. Bounce at 4390, maybe. We're still like $4 off. Yeah, yeah, I see that, Dork. I don't actually think 50 is all that great. The biggest problem with hitting 50 is that VIX is going to bounce up, right? And that's going to create even more drag. Bottom, well, yeah. Well, inflation was warmer, right? And we started off the day high. We blew off kind of the top of the like early morning call interest. And now we're failing back to like towards 43.50. We're not quite there yet, obviously. Um Although I don't think a fail back to like 55 or 50 is out of the question. Oh, there's another big push of call buying. Or put selling. Interesting. Mm. 20 and 30-year yields are moving back up again. Where do I have those? Yeah, they bounced off the low here 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. All right. Same range as that distribution yesterday. Lots of strangles and straddles have profit loss here. Yeah, I know. This market is goofier than a Dan Heffing deep fryer grease. What mean cover bid? So when you have like a market maker that's like net negative gamma and net negative delta, and CTA flow also actually because they're net short. I think like 42 billion. Um, as the price increases, they have automatic buying, right? So this when we're talking about how like the net negative gamma environment is the market maker buys on the upside and sells the downside, right? So cover bid is just the like what's actually going on there, right? Okay. Yeah, so as the price rises, they're buying to cover. And then when it stalls, they stop buying. And a lot of that is what provides the liquidity to the upside that the pumpers love so much. But once you've replaced the upside with, long positions, then the market makers, and they're out of the money, no longer at the money or in the money. The market maker has nothing else to cover, right? And so the market will, uh, well, the market can fall. And then they start selling the downside of the tape. "2023, the year of the great battle of 4393, 4397 ES." It's pretty spicy. CTA flow? What means CTA flow? CTA flow is commodity trading advisors. So they're like they're traders that manage like margin, like leveraged margin futures accounts. You tend to be a little more risk averse than hedge funds. And they usually just trade like systematic flows. So right now though, the majority of their positioning is short, so they're acting as a cover bid on upside moves. So they're buying on up tape, they're buying a little tiny bit on a flat tape, and then they're selling on any larger down tape. So they're at about, I mean, they're like CTA positioning right now is about neutral after covering a shitload over the last couple days. Nugsy Bulls, welcome to Dillionaire. Oh shit, yeah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, my dude. Rounded bottom breakout. Say it. Well, the bottom's not so rounded. It's kind of more like an upside down bowl than the other way around. I have options on leveraged commodities futures. Does that make me a CTA participant? No, you have to get certified. How's your juicy peach? It's peachy. Gap's not filled yet. Also, I have a feeling if we fill this, we're going to move down further. That fills it, right? The next candle? Yep. I sold half my rad position. I couldn't manage having such crazy port gains, and I had to take some profits off the table. Wait, didn't you buy basically at this price yesterday? But it's not at $1. Ooh. That's not gonna stop. Nope. Yields are still up though. It was a strong bounce. Looks good there. Hmm. Okay, there's the VIX short. It's 11 o'clock. We've got Waller spoke. So the 17-week auction in 30 minutes. Then Bostic speaks at 12:15. Is top actually doing a thing? Maybe. Huh. I'm not sure what to make of this yet. Seems like sold puts there. Calls didn't go up nearly as much as put prices dropped. And the sold put part's pretty obvious because of VIX, right? Are we gonna pump or what? I mean, that's the goal. I mean, there's some call buying picking up. Those are pretty split. Call gamma's kind of king here. Hmm. Through 70. Top's actually doing a thing. Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah, it kind of still is. It broke too. It's still running. Megaphone? No, it would have already broken the upside of that. At least not a good one. And I guess like very little support on it though. Like there. The downside part looks a lot better. Generally, this like kind of distributive into a bull flag is going to be bullish. Um, hmm. So I need to sell at 43.70. That's the best way to handle this, I think. 43.70. 11.50. Now I think I just buy a call and assume that the call side wins here. Nope, it was a shit entry. But it's better than nothing. Still no covering on GME. Weird. Maybe the latter half of the day. How much is this 1650 now? 12 bucks. Like that. Let's buy this 16. Hmm. Do you have any idea how much volume would be needed to confirm a covering? I mean, more than we've got right now. I bought top calls a little while ago. I'm up about 100%, but it's volatile. It could be gone in 10 minutes if it drops. I have October $3, November $3. Jesus Christ. Yeah, if you lose IV, you're gonna get fucked. Fuck 4,400. Let's go for the stars at 48. That's not gonna happen. JPOW hasn't really inspired weapons grade fear. Well, they did a little bit last time. We haven't filled the gap. No, I don't think so. They're buying a lot of fucking out of the money calls right now. I think they just don't want to go into FOMC at 43.50. They want to go into the FOMC meeting at 43.75, right? Or the minutes. What are they supposed to be covering GME for? All the shorting from... Oh. Let's say, like... Yeah, actually, since June. There was a little bit of covering on the 6th of September, but not a lot. It was also selling. We're gonna fill the gap at... What was it? 72, right? Maybe. I don't think call buyers are gonna stop anytime soon, given that half of their positioning is like out of the money for today. It seems like they're pretty persistent in their accumulation of more out of the money calls. So a little resistance at 43.70 because of a put wall there, but if we break 43.70 with some momentum, we'll probably fill it. That looks pretty bullish. Maybe test 43.83 again. Can you explain what fast gamma is? Well, it's not really our calculation. But I think it's like something that website specifically uses. It's like the mean of gamma that expires within like 28 days. It's it's not my favorite. It's okay. Sometimes it has some relevance. How do you display gaps on WeBull? Chart settings in the top right corner. How does this hot print today change anything about your thoughts on continued pump for the rest of the week? Thanks. I mean, if PPI is hotter than expected, CPI is probably significantly hotter than expected. So, um, I mean, both of the prints could be pretty hot, which is like I said earlier this week. If both prints are hot, I don't think that's gonna kill the pump, but it's gonna keep the pump very range bound. Like we're probably not going to see very much above like 4400 if both prints are hot. Maybe a little bit, maybe like a brief test of like 4425, but I think ultimately we'll probably fail that as well. Thanks for your teachings, encouraging us to look at what has gone wrong with our trading styles. I usually am profitable in the morning, but I end up reinvesting and kind of blowing up. Okay, that's not too uncommon. Just over trading or trading bad signals into the midday when volume's low. It's easy to get baited when volume's low in the midday because moves like bigger moves tend to be really volatile and fast, and that breeds FOMO. You talking ES? No, I'm talking SPX. I think ES can breach 4400. If it doesn't, that's really bearish. Bulls are trying their best. It's really hard when futures keep selling off into your upside. USD JPY running a bit. Is it back above 149? Oh yeah, it is. Nice. Yeah, Dixie's moving up. Yields don't seem to be giving any ground, but I guess at least variance is staying kind of low. The problem here is if the 10-year comes out and prints a big fat tail, everyone's gonna freak out again. Like yesterday, the 3-year, which is not at all the most popular instrument, printed like like a 1.6 BPS tail, which is the largest one since February, and that scared people. There was like almost no foreign demand. And especially with Yellen issuing, I think what else is she issuing this week? The 10 and the 30, right? Yeah, she's doing the 30 on Thursday. I think the 10-year gilt came in up 36 today. A point oh 036, which isn't quite as bad. But the 10-year yield's been pretty stable, and if it gets upset, it could be pretty bad. Also, liquidity's thin, so all these people buying into bonds is just drying up liquidity more and more. You can limit charging on the new iPhone 15 to 80%. Who gives a shit? We're above 4,400 on ES. Yeah, but like $1. That's not really breaking through, right? I think if we drop back to 60, I sell one more put, right? And then just make a butterfly and forget about it for the rest of the fucking day. Can I do that? No, they probably won't let me. Mm. 68. All right. Popcorn Trader, stop living in Christmas 2020 popcorn. We've got at least 7 Christmases since then. What are you talking about? What's the upside resistance from yesterday? No one cared until we were over 43.50 SPX. Wait, what? The upside resistance yesterday on SPX? was like 43.84. Which countries are selling treasuries right now? All of all of them? Always? If CPI comes in at 0.4, 0.3 expected month over month, 4.5, 4.3 expected year over year, you think it would just contain the pump and not cause a dump? I think I think your math on that assumption might be wrong. If it comes in at point 0.3, like point 0.4 year over year, it's gonna be like 4.4, or month over month. Point 0.4 month over month is gonna be like 4.43 year over year. Are you talking about core? Core coming in at point 0.4? Core's core's probably not going to be up a lot. Like core at 0.342 would be like the hotter, probably the hotter print there. Well, both headline and core are scheduled for 8:30 tomorrow. Jesus fucking Christ. These bears are shit. Really? On what? Dixie moving positive? Like nothing the fuck happened. Oh, there's 43.90 on futures. I guess I should have just waited it out. Oh shit. Bounced right off the overnight low. Yep. 43.88. That was a big fucking sell off, man. Does Fidelity have non delayed futures? I have no idea. I leave the market unattended for 15 minutes, and this is what you guys do to it. This whole fucking thing is just fucked right now. Also, we just established like a descending wedge on ES. So we should have some support in this range. Since we're just gonna ignore all the fucking options and sell giant 30k blocks of futures at a time. But the gap filled. SPX gap filled. The downside gap was already filled. This shit filled back here. The upside gap failed. The downside gap back here was 43 43.58.63, 43.58.90. Yeah, this was filled already. Was filled on this open. If corn futures drop with that, will that help with this cornflation you speak of? I don't know if the price of corn is inflating rapidly. Is it bearish that it didn't fill that upside? Yeah. It's probably more bearish that we dropped from 4370 to under 4360 in like less than 5 minutes. $43.40 gap from yesterday. Yeah, there's a few downside gaps from yesterday. Those are probably a wash at this point, though. I don't think anyone actually cares about them. He just bounced right at the long-term trend line. If this doesn't hold, this is going down, down. Yeah, I know. Actually, it bounced at the horizontal. I don't think it's at the trend yet. Is it the 15-minute one you're looking at? Which fucking long-term trend line are you looking at? I have SPX close yesterday, 43.58.24. Do you have something different? 43.58.24. That's right. But the high of the closing candle was 43.58.90. Daily from November, long term. Fucking daily from November. No. We're fucking nowhere near that. You mean like this? Are you talking about this one? Like the higher one? I don't think it matters if it's fucking ES. From October? We'd have to fail 43.20 for that. Actually, yeah. Like 43.20, 43.25, 27. It's got bearish super quickly. Well, it was bearish before, and then it got bearish again. But yes, it did. Also, VIX is still ticking up. Oh, great. Fucking 2030 are back over 200 BPS. FOMC minutes better give him something bullish to pump on, or this is gonna be fucked. Triple top VIX. Go away. This thing is just chop until calls are cheaper and we push for 75. But yesterday calls were cheaper and they tried to push for 75 and they got fucked. Out of like 500 billion in Delta. I bought a call at the top. I bought a call close to the top. ES blocks get sold for liquidity to buy treasuries with? I mean, they could, yeah. But it can also just be an effect of the underlying, right? So stocks get sold, then, and the index, the broad index moves down, and then market makers on ES sell, right? So I mean, the liquidity could theoretically come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be like directly from ES. It could either be like causative or reflexive. causal or reflexive. Would it make sense to enter farther dated November 4300P, or is it still risky until SLD? It's still risky. They're still going to try to pump more and continue to de-risk as much as they can. They're like, as of yesterday, they were actively de-risking short puts. They could very well continue to do that. And to do that, they need to pump and they need to get away from their Vega risk, right? So like here at like 4360, it's very dangerous for them to de-risk anything. So they need the price higher above where their Vega risk is. So at least like 4375, 4400. And then they can take big chunks of risk off the table, right? Because so much of it's so far out of the money. And for the longer dated shit, they need VIX lower. Man, fucking Rat is resilient as hell today. Win ascending triangle breakout to $1. So I could close this shit. Right? Am I delusional? No. Support at Fast Gamma. Is Fast Gamma still at 57? Oh. What if they get squeezed down and forced to de-risk quickly? Then we go down hard. I mean, I still have a lot of November puts and shit, so I don't really care about the long term very much. I don't think this period's gonna last long. Bonds are going crazy. Has anyone started measuring their man parts and basis points just to over exaggerate a 1 to 2% move? Always. Well, they don't revise the dot plot today. They just give the it's just the meetings, the minutes from the meeting. Fast game is still at 57. Okay. Well, they're not going to get much put capitulation until the minutes are out, so they're going to have to buy hard to flip this around. Some put interest picking up to the downside, too. I wonder how much of that's actually sold. 4375. 4360 is net negative. Interesting. 55 and 60 are net negative. 65's got a shitload of call interest. So 75. There's a decent ramp. I mean, we just have to get over 75. What do you got, Dork? T-bond futures are ripping. Yeah. Yeah, they are. 20-year just hit 245. I already have a long position on TLT for it's for 2025, but yeah, I'm short TLT into the end of this year, long TLT into next. I've been short TLT for a while now, but I started building up like the long position a little over a month ago. Spoiler alert, higher for longer. Yeah. Well, I mean, what they're looking for in the minutes is how many of the participants agree higher for longer and like the participants' outlooks, right? That's what they care about. I mean, obviously the higher for longer is mostly unchanged except when Bostic speaks. All right. What did the 17 come in at? 5.355. So that's not too bad. Still demand on the front end. So now we got Bostic, who's going to say bullish shit. And then we got the 10-year note auction, which could be bearish. What's Gamma Max on Rad? I have no idea. Probably like $1. It's either going to be like 50 cents or $1. But there's not enough strikes near the money for it to have like actual neutrals. So I'm down 4.35% today to 105.66. I have a call, and this feels like a precarious place to have a call. All gas, no stops. Let's fucking go 4,400. Maybe like 4,470, or I don't know. This looks like shit. Let's see if we break 65 at any point before the minutes. Oh shit, Rad broke out a little bit. Nice. And now it's failing. How many fucking calls does this have at the $1 strike? 11,000. Come on, market makers. 1,100 in November, 2,000 in Jan. Still thinking they want TN? I mean, it's not that I think they want TN. They definitely want TN. That doesn't mean they're going to get it. All their pumping so far has been shit. $55 and $60 are negative gamma now. Also, puts building up at 43.30. That's about bottomed out. Right? Kind of the low. Wish I could go a little lower. Test to 85. That's another test of 88 again. Or 43.88 on ES. Where's DN now? 43.70 to 74. Yeah, Bears are still in control. I know they want to pump, but it doesn't look like it's happening today. No. No, it doesn't. At least not a good one. Probably not above 43.75 till after the minutes drop. If we go above 43.75. Is your long position in TLT Gen 25 160s? I have 100 120 debit spreads. And then I have I think 120 150 debit spreads. Yeah, 100 120 120 150. Are you long rad due to fundamentals? No. CCs have single-handedly saved my GME position. You sir deserve a nice whatever centaur snack on. Thanks, dude. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has pledged to support Israel and fight Hamas if need be. Yeah, India's got a pretty strong pro-Israeli stance because of Pakistan. I'm waiting on stock to hit, say, 100 before I jump into a long position. I would enter a stop with my price to buy, correct? Sure. I mean, you would just set like a limit buy for the price you want to buy it at. Do you still think VIX is too high to be looking at December puts? It's still, I mean, it's still pretty high. Yeah, and 16's not too bad. It's like the median range, right? So it's not terrible, but it's not like puts are discounted or anything, or significantly discounted. I'm thinking of getting a membership bag. I hope you don't mind me asking a lot of questions again. I don't give a shit about either one. Or am I going to regret not selling for a small gain? Wait, what? I regret selling this put hedge for a small gain. Maybe. I mean, it's probably best to have both right now. I think there's a case where we drop to like 43.40 uh at minutes. If we like if we don't move into the higher range, we could drop hard when minutes hit. Or the 10-year, especially if like the bond market spooks people again. I can't believe it was a paper hand with rad as it rockets towards $1. Really slowly. I wouldn't call this rocketing, but slow incremental gains over the course of the day. I know, dork. But they've been trying for like they've been trying all day. When the fuck is the MM gonna hedge the 11,000 calls at $1? Well, they hedge. I guess they're up a little bit, but barely. All right, short the fuck out of the VIX again, nerds. Let's go. Okay, I like that. Put selling and simultaneous call buying. I still think we need to break 65 to get any kind of actual momentum. What's the next leg down if we break 43.50? 30. 43.30. We should use more inclusive language, like when we go above 43.75, not if. Don't discriminate against hopeful shorts or bulls. I mean, for my zero DTE positions, I would love this above 43.70, but for the rest of my entire portfolio, I hope it burns to the ground. What's the single most expensive item you've ever bought yourself? Hmm. Shit, I don't know. I've got like a bunch of purchases that are like around like 3 to 5,000. And then outside, I mean, like, I guess like a car. I don't really buy a lot of stuff. Uh, hmm. The stock I brought up CMPS. Every time it drops, it's getting scooped up hard. Are you able to see if this is accumulation on your end? I could take a look at it. This looks fucking terrible. Are you sure it's not just shorts covering? Hold on. I mean, it's accumulation, but of short positions. That's what it looks like. It looks absolutely fucking terrible right now. Like someone's shorting it into the dirt. Liquidity on it might be getting a bit thin. How big's their float? Yeah. Liquidity might be thinning out. Are they going like fucking bankrupt or something? Oh, they have no revenue. Nice. Oh, because they're a holding company. I see. What's their... There's no dividend? Their liabilities tripled in the last quarter. And they've had consistently negative cash flow for the entirety of their existence. What's the case here? Like I don't understand. I don't understand why you're bullish on this. I'm seriously curious. Like someone's like shorting it into actual bankruptcy. They're not gonna like. They're removing their ability to get, equity from their shares. Do they have some like hot fucking meal ticket on the back burner or something? Are they developing a cure for all cancers? I believe in the psych space long term, but I'm also a regard. Yeah, it had some. I mean, it had some nice bounces, but I will say that it looks like that period is over, and the sentiment is shifted to shorting the absolute living fuck out of it. I assume around the time they tripled their debt. All right. Rad looking good for my $1 calls. Uh, I mean, I hope so. So me and the other 11,000 calls at $1 would like that. If you still have BBBYQ calls, they will be cash settled on the 20th, even if they're a year out. Cash settled for what? Nothing? Is there BBBY calls that ended in the money? Wasn't it delisted at like fucking 8 cents? You will owe them cash. That's why I think something is coming. You're fucking delusional. Your shares are extinguished. Your equity is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. The people you're listening to are fucking morons. You think any executive in the world is just gonna be like, ah, you know what? All those people who had their equity destroyed, let's hook them up. No. I want to troll the market maker and snag some puts and ask them to exercise. Why is this so bearish today versus yesterday? Positioning or data? Yesterday was fucking bearish into the end of the day too. Gently there, Gurk. Baby with the bathwater. What do you mean gently? Anybody who's promising investors who've just had their fucking shareholding extinguished, some fucking future payday, is a con artist. There's a lot of them. The internet's just chock full of them, especially in finance. Everyone knows that billionaires are the most generous group of people. Are you saying that RC is not helping us carry our bags? Not even under the threat of violence? Yeah, no. You think another push back to 4370 or just downs? They just tried to push it back to 4370. VIX is almost back at 17. We'll see what happens after the minutes. I outlined this, I feel like, pretty well last night. Did I not? Why are you asking me questions, AJ? Tomorrow's going to have a wide potential range, especially with PPI and FOMC minutes adding to volatility. I expect the upside range may be targeted in the early part of the day. If PPI is flat, cool. A hot print may knock us down below 4350. However, I don't think any downside move in the early part of the day will persist. Depending on where PPI takes us, the FOMC minutes should generate some channel lock as we approach them. And this is most likely price of that to happen right now is around 4350 or 4375. The move into the end of the day will probably be determined by the market's interpretation of the FOMC minutes. You just made all that up? No, I didn't. That's literally what I fucking wrote last night. Did you do that because Odorous Dan can't read? I mean, he's not the only one. I don't get why the minutes are important if it's old data, because it gives details on the thoughts behind the actions driving the Fed's policy. I'm not here to read what you write or listen to what you say. I'm here to see you take your shirt off. You're thirsty as fuck lately, Grim, too. I need you to dial it back to 10. Okay, so minutes actually have a new info in them and not just reiteration of what was said. Yeah. No, people just spend billions of dollars neutral positioning for nothing. I mean, a lot of the times it's nothing because J Power already said their intention, right? But I mean, sometimes that's not the case. You know, sometimes their staff does shit like project recessions before the end of the year and scares the fuck out of everybody. Why the fuck is FOMC at 2 p.m. instead of earlier? Because that way the market makers make as much money as possible before the minutes. Sometimes the FOMC minutes are nothing. Sometimes they have a lot of substantial information in them. Israel heating up again. It's has it stopped heating up? Was there a period of calm in the last 3 days? I don't think so. Will you read the minutes to us while my guitar gently weeps playing in the background? No. Who cares about recessions? Stuff like bank failures are bullish, remember? Only if the banks get temporarily bailed out. Do you have any recommendations on getting big girls on Tinder? I don't I don't know. Um how big? What are you into? Like how many C's in your thick? You like to be able to scoop your porridge or do you want your spoon to break off in it? Why are they edging my puts? Because you bought them too far out of the money. I'm sick as fuck. Please don't make me laugh today. I'll I'll try not to. Careful now, you'll get Grim too fired up again. He's never cooled off. Minimum $4 4 C's. I like the endless snacks. I yeah, I don't know. I can't help you. I'm not sure. I assume other people's advice. You guys don't use a ladle. Do you think they've ever considered just releasing the FOMC minutes immediately after the FOMC presser? I feel like they used to do that, but in the most obscure way possible. Like I think that the minutes used to be available immediately or within a shorter time frame than they are now, but it was like a printout. How many C's do you like in your gherk? 0. Got out a while back, and the tiniest amount of green. Anything change in the last hour or so? We went down a little bit more. I do still have a cat. What's that even mean? I don't know. It's fucking VIX is really making its way uptown. Despite the price not really going anywhere. I need more downside exposure. This market's fucked. 50. Oh, Bostic speaking now. Why is Rad going wild on like massive downside moves in IWM? Oh, it's not in ETFs anymore, is it? Because they filed for bankruptcy. God, it's like Revlon, but shittier. Actually, they have way better revenues than Revlon, but their cash flows aren't as good. How the fuck do you make $24 billion a quarter and you go out of business? Like, Radcall's still the same price. Yep. That market maker's not gonna hedge that shit till it goes in the money. Gotta make that rev loss back somehow. Yeah, I don't know if this is the way to do it. Thrifty's ice cream just isn't the same since they started selling Oxycontin. Do we have an update on positioning? It hasn't really changed. There's still a lot of puts at 40, 35, and 30. Call wall at 45 and 50. Majority of calls are still out of the money. Dollar's moving up, and that's pressuring vol. I thought we had pumpies for a couple days. We probably will still continue to get pumpies, but the data today and tomorrow can have put a drag on our upside. Once we're past the data, they'll pump again. Or pump more, unless the bond market blows up. The suspense is nail biting. Also, we pumped this morning. It can't all just be up. Vic's getting weird, buddy. You mean moving up? Yeah, it is. Hasn't the bond market already blown up? I mean, kind of, yeah. You could say the prices have crashed. When does VIX get shorted? It seems odd for it to just continue up. Well, we're approaching their Vega risk at 43.50. If it falls below it, I mean, Vega's gonna start squeezing, right? Oh fuck, I forgot about my other account. Dork's gonna get mad at me. What's the fucking password? At what point would you start shorting Rad and Top? I don't know. Not yet. They both just started running. Oh shit. Hmm. GME's starting to look like it's going to get shorted again. Yeah, I mean, I see that, but it's not it's not doing the things I want it to do to the price. Did Bostic not say bullish things? Man, even Waller was fucking bullish earlier. He said 3/4 GDP may come in over 4%. The economy is really booming. The Fed can watch and see what happens on rates. Hmm. I really wanted 4,400. Have the Bears even really pushed yet? I mean, there's persistent selling in futures. I wouldn't say that like SPX options bears are extremely robust or anything, but there's been almost nonstop selling on futures. 90 minutes to bounce back to 170 before the minutes release. Fair. How are these not being fucking hedged, man? There's 11,000 puts at $1 Jesus Christ. Hmm. Right in the middle. Yep. Are we going synth long on some rad RQ? I am currently, actually I should probably close those puts. Just in case it tanks, I don't want to fucking buy it. That wasn't bad. I gotta fill it 0.3. 0.3, 0.4. Hmm. It's a nice half off my long calls. How much fucking delta's on these? .55. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, they immediately priced them up? Fucking assholes. Now that I'm out of calls, is this where they pump? Probably. Or maybe this is where they try. If the 10-year comes in soft, right? which may not be hard to do, but if it comes in soft to market price, that'll probably ease up some of the downside pressure. And we got about 27 minutes till that happens. Ooh, Dork, you like this? You feeling horny? I thought you might. Hmm. Risk assets will get fucking obliterated. The SPX chart is missing a few horizontal resistances. What? Oh, at 50? I don't really know how much of a resistance 50 is. I mean, today, but long term, I don't think it's that important. I could throw one in, I guess. I think KView or M have any November OPEX potential? M might. M's pretty heavily sold. KView, I'm not really sure. Like most of the shorts on KView are on the underlying, right? So I really don't, and it wasn't in the same ETFs before that it is now. KView does have earnings coming up on the 26th, though. That might have an effect, especially if they beat. I wouldn't say it's necessarily bottomed out, though. Rad just fucking going for it. How cool would it be if Rad ran to like $15 or 11? I just broke it. It's fine. I'd make $30 and that would change my life. My data's for Friday, so I hope it happens soon. What, on Rad? There's no fucking... Does it even have weekly options? It only has monthlies. Next Friday. Do you have any real expectations for Rad? I mean, I could see somebody coming in and trying to help them pay off their debt. It's not absurd. Their revenues are actually good. I mean, like, if someone were so inclined to approach it as like an acquisition or loan them the money for like refinancing their debt, that could force shorts out. I mean, they have like what 25 billion roughly in revenue a quarter. Um, the company's horribly fucking mismanaged. They've got about seven. So they're they've got about 7.65 billion in assets, 8.6 billion in total liabilities, right? But they have a enterprise valuation of like 6 billion. So I mean, yeah, they would need to they need a bailout if they were to survive. But the revenues aren't bad. It's just their like cost of goods sold is really high, and so their like gross profit sucks. Um, they're walking away with like negative 200, 300 million a quarter for the last couple quarterly reports. Yeah, so last quarter 5.65 billion in revenue, 5.64 billion in total operating expenses. And 2.77 billion of their liabilities is current. So of that 8.6 billion. RC's gonna buy Rad and make sure it gets delisted. What's up, fellow apes? We need Ryan Cohen to save Rad. Let's dump our life savings into it. $100,000 a share. No sell, no sell. YouTube's gotten kind of shadow banny with the comments, it feels like this week. Maybe. I don't know. They're always changing shit on the back end. If your comment doesn't print to the tape, it didn't go through. Is this finally the real V? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get a V before the minutes. There's put walls to the upside of us. I think the 10-year auction coming in soft could give us a bounce, but other than that, we'll probably stay here until the minutes. Not rad. You aren't a poor? Have you been in a Rite Aid lately? I don't think so. I don't know if we have. I mean, yeah. Like 2 months ago, I think I bought Band-Aids at one. There's not a lot of Rite Aids in the city. We have Dwayne Reed and CVS, mostly. And Dwayne Reed, I think, is Walgreens. Like its own, like, same company. Tenure is at 1 o'clock, so 15 minutes. What if the tenure comes in hard? We might drop to like 43.30. What's up, Pickle Morty? Hugs, man. Does Crazy Cat Lady's friend know that you've been seeing Dwayne Reed? Dwayne Reed's a pharmacy. You even spelled it correctly, so you know what it is. And that's why Rad's going bankrupt. I could still see somebody like CVS coming in and acquiring them, though. Why not, right? You get a bunch of locations that are basically already set up to do the same thing you're already doing. For a slight premium on the, like a slight premium on the assets purchased. Yeah, CVS does want to expand. If I'm remembering it wrong, or didn't the last FOMC minutes release do absolutely nothing? Actually, I think the last one was pretty volatile. The one, like, the three before that did nothing. There's a 16-year-old on Twitter with 3 years of day trading experience offering a trading Discord. Did you sign up already? If I didn't know better, I'd assume CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens are already the same company. Rite Aid's closing a lot of stores. I think they dodged the bankruptcy. I mean, they already filed the bankruptcy, so there's no dodging it, but they could reconsolidate their debt and restructure the business. Spend his money on $120,000 Mercedes because he can drive it, obviously. You know, it's pretty cheap to rent expensive cars. Can you whisper no sell, no sell? Fuck off, Grim 2. CVS is closing stores in overcrowded areas, but there's regions that they want to expand into. That's always the case with like bigger retailers, right? They're always shutting up shop in regions where sales are going down and trying to get exposure to regions where sales would be higher. Especially after the pandemic, because there's so much drift, right? Or population density drift. No buy till die. Oh, Rad near me has almost everything locked down behind plexiglass. Bullish. You live in San Francisco? CBS stands for calm vibes. Sorry. I've been in meetings since a little before noon. It seems positioning changed. No, we just fell to the lower range of positioning. Positioning's mostly still the same. Bears won it below 43.50. Bulls won it above 43.75. There's been a lot of movement, but everything's still pretty much the same as it was. I should start my own finance Discord and call it Fickle Financial. It worked for J-Roll. It's not as profitable as you might think. I know what you meant, but imagine a population moving, drifting around a corner, leaving white smoke in their wake. I guess that's one way to think about it. I just had the day off and felt like popping back in. I didn't know it was reunion time. What did you expect? You just show up with hugs and ask if puts cost same like shares? How's school been, man? I think this picks a hard direction after minutes. Or I think we're going to be really volatile. I think it'll probably pick a hard direction after minutes. If we don't get a lot of movement off of the 10-year note in like, 10 minutes now? You made $126 just to time out Dork for 5 minutes. No. I made like $40 to time Dork out for 5 minutes. Carl for some reason loves using super chat, and then YouTube takes like all of that. Because that's how they roll. Hmm. One second. I'm looking something up here. Oh. So Bostic said, lots of signs the economy is starting to slow. And then Vujic of the ECB said, if outlook holds, no more rate hikes are needed. Eight more minutes. Hmm. How are CTAs long the fucking tape and short the and long the bond? Thank you so much, RC Ventures. Huh. That's so crazy. Today's the best. Call buying up, spot down. What the fuck? All right. Anyway. I think Twitch is worse. VIX and Dixie moving up. I just need yields to come in higher and woo. Yeah. Yeah, if yields surprise, it is gonna be woo. Bulls get rugged, VIX goes to 20. I don't know about that. But Vega risk is very high right now. So a rug here would be. It would be bad. I don't know if it'd go to 20, but it'd be bad. Hmm. Can you explain how treasury auctions work? I'm not quite sure what happens to them. Well, the Treasury Department announces like a date and an amount and then a type of the security being sold, right? And they post those like a week or two in advance of the auction. Sometimes they can add or remove auction dates over time, but generally there's like a schedule on their website. And then investors place bids for the securities they want to buy, and the bids can be um competitive or non-competitive. So competitive specify price and yield. Non-competitive specify amount of the security, but not the price and yields. And then whoever wins their bids pays for the securities once they like on the settlement date. I think that yeah, that's about everything you need to know about him. StreamCard had today pegged. Somebody tell me which is the fun channel to chat in on the Discord now. Unfortunately, the GME channel's become a cesspool of despondent, depressed investors. Um, Although that could be fun. SPX probably. Yo, do you have any idea what price point Rad might see some resistance? I'm up 56% of my position, but I also don't want to be too greedy either. Uh, I mean, I kind of just hope it breaks a dollar. If it if it breaks a dollar, then it may do more. But I mean, I don't know if it's gonna break a dollar at this point. It's still I know it's only a few cents, but it's still a long road. 30-second warning for the 10-year. Let us know what it is. Yeah. What's 10-year at spot? 4.595? Duh, 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 duh. No problem, Casey. Maybe just scale back some, right? Like if you want to take some profits without being too greedy, that's probably fine, right? Oh, come on. What the fuck? Still in docu? I haven't gotten stopped out yet. I still don't have the print. $4.6 what? Let's go look. Treasury Direct's like just not working right now. 4.610. That's not too bad. Spot was 595, right? How was demand? 10-year note. Issue date 9/15. 3-year 10/16. What the fuck? They don't have it. Oh, here we go. 5.61, it says the high yield. That's not, yeah, that's not too bearish. I think I'm gonna have to wait for the file to pop up, but so they hold in 43.50 for today. We still have the FOMC minutes in an hour. This still looks choppy. I'm not seeing anything change like significantly, so I mean, not a big reaction to that. And there's actually a pretty decent amount of bearish interest below 43.40. Driving down all the delta on the in the money calls. I'm back. It looks like I should have held my 43.55p from earlier. Always tomorrow, but guess what isn't tomorrow? More day trades. I wish you could buy a pack of day trades like a microtransaction. Don't say that in front of the CBOE or FINRA. I think Google can see some decent downside after minutes if it's bad. I don't know. I'm not really interested in Google. That's the one you want to short? Are you sure? I don't know. NQ's still doing pretty well today. If it's really bad, sure, it'll get dragged down by indexes moving lower, but and then that's the resistance we care about to the upside. That's about right. 43.60 is where like the biggest pile of put interest is on the upside move. All right, bonds are cooling a little bit after the auction now. So yeah, that one wasn't. I don't think that one was as scary as people were anticipating after the 3-year yesterday. Still decent demand on the 10-year. Ad sponsored day trades embedded in your trading app. Watch this 5-minute video to get an extra day trade. I'd quit. I'd find something else to do with my time. I like the idea of buying a pack of day trades. Then we can establish a secondary market. OT trade the day trades. Big market moves. The price would shoot up. You can just open 5 separate margin accounts and rotate which ones you use each day. Like each one will always have 3 day trades. And then once you've amassed a total of $25,000, you can combine them all. Has anything changed positionally or otherwise in the last hour or so? Not really. No. There's been nonstop buying of calls for the last, like, 20 minutes. It's starting to pick back up again here at resistance. And yep, and bonds of, I think bonds are falling below their low for the day now. Just about. Five-year turned positive. The 10-year is down 8.8 now. 20 is down 1.37. 30 is down 1.34. Ah. The ramp's there. We just got to break 360. Yeah. Time to play triple topper breakouts. I mean, we've already moved higher than the triple top, right? Well, let me zoom in. I think we're a little, yeah. Does that have a wick? We're not yet. This candle could break it though. How's futures volume looking? Not picking up a lot yet. That looks good. 5-minute looks kind of bullish. Yeah, momentum might be turning here. Still doesn't look like we get a breakout till after the minutes, but or breakdown. I wonder what the minutes could say that would be really more bearish than the meeting already was. What do you think, Dirk? Probably just more participants on the side of erring on the side of caution than not, but it didn't seem like there was a lot of contention with where rates would be next year. It seemed like a pretty slim range with, like, what, 40% of participants were anticipating a 25 basis point cut sometime in 2024, by mid 2024, and the rest were projecting no cut. So, and almost, I think almost all of them are projecting a higher rate into the end of this year. No, they're not revised. They don't revise the minutes. If they say also Bostic is an idiot and doesn't speak for us, so we'd go to 3,800 in one candle. I like that idea. It gives me the chance to implode 5 ports. You know what they say? A blown port a day keeps the IRS watchdogs at bay. Hmm. 116. I actually got a pretty good fill on that. Oh, bonds are moving higher again. Yeah, future sellers just said, fuck now. It's almost like maybe, and I know this sounds crazy, someone doesn't want the market going up. There is no BBBYQ play. The fucking stock's still listed. Damn, that sell-off's bearish as fuck. Dirk, the Bulls are just getting their pee-pee stepped on. This is stronger than I expected. It's like a 15,000 contract sell-off. How many zero TTE, zero DTE 4320s, Finna Pront? I don't know. Maybe. That wasn't the real V? None of these have been the real V. This one came closest. What in the minutes could possibly turn this around? I'm not sure. JFresh said 1 minute margin calls. No. This is just bullish consolidation. Calm down, everyone. Bullish consolidation. 1 p.m. margin calls. It could be like London closing. 10-year actions biggest tail since April. But it's not very. It wasn't very big. It was like 0.013. A little less demand, but there was still decent demand for it. Are you talking about like last year when the gilt market almost blew up? Dirk, the bearish neutral positioning's almost bigger than the bullish neutral positioning. Gilt with a T. Does this make GME October OPEX more likely since there's no rise in GME price today? Since there's no covering on GME today, yeah, it increases the chances, but we still need to see the borrow rate go up. I've heard it both ways. No, you haven't. You've never heard anybody called called Bank of England's Treasury bonds fucking gilfs. That's not that's not real. Agree to disagree. How are you related to Steve Scalise? And do you like him as more than a friend? Who? Frag's aware of his or at least the last time he came into the Discord, he was more than aware of his newfound deity status. He was like, "What the fuck's going on? What happened since I've been gone?" And yeah, Do you have your home compost kit ready for mandatory New York City composting? That's not real. Does Squamps walk your cat in the morning or the evening? Did Moonwind pop in the other day? How is that guy? I don't know how he is. He said he's been living in his mom's basement. No, my precious Rad. What are you doing? Go back up. All right, this sucks. I'm gonna get something to eat instead of watching this trade at 43.50 for 30 minutes. 1 second. I'll be right back. Hmm. Those are pretty big sales. Airbnb a good short entry again? Mm, maybe. I'll probably still wait for next week. I didn't have a ham and cheese croissant. Rad dead? I don't know, maybe. Mm, although, I don't think so. Might just be some, like, calls capitulated. Vol hasn't changed too much. It sold off probably about as hard as it's gonna. A little more room, maybe. Not a lot. Airbnb has like 3 resistances between here and 125. I mean, not important ones. There's kind of just like 125.89. I guess for intraday maybe, but 129.28, 128 like 86. I think it's already below that, right? Yeah. I I just feel like I would wait on that. I wouldn't rush into it. Futures at 43.80. Did you see that YouTube video about how to make meat flowers? I did. But I didn't watch it. That was my point two on Airbnb. Don't rush. I hate the company. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we could still see upside over the next few days. That hasn't really changed. Second U.S. aircraft carrier group heading to the Middle East. Really? That's quick. Are we gonna escalate shit? Do you need two U.S. carrier groups to deal with any Middle Eastern countries? Like, isn't one carrier group enough to deal with any country? Maybe we can get some oil out of it. Hmm. Probably not a ton. It's not always about oil. You're right, yeah. Sometimes it's about ensuring that the logistics chain that supplies aircraft carrier groups is up and fully functional and funded. Assuming we're dealing with one other country, it might be premature. I mean, I'm pretty sure that one U.S. aircraft carrier group is more than sufficient to fend off all of the Middle East, including Iran and Turkey, even though that's really unlikely. What's Russia gonna do? Come at us with a fucking inflatable pool loaded with 16-year-olds? Semtex a 14-year-old in a Dixie cup? How hard are bags getting fucking dumped today? What do you expect for CPI tomorrow? I think it's going to be hotter than the current estimates. Actually, hold on. Let me check and make sure the current estimates haven't changed. Yeah, I think core is going to be hotter than they expect, like 4.2 or yeah, 4.2. For 2 or 0.4 month over. I guess 0.4 is more important than the year over year. And headline might be significantly higher than they expect. They're they're estimating flat on headline with oil prices up. Oil prices were like 20% higher in September than they were in August. Yeah, they can both print and then we can run. Like they can both print hot and then we can run, but that doesn't put us in a bull market. It won't last. It'll run out of liquidity again. The the bond market has killed the bulls. I don't think people are really grasping that, but like they really need to pump here. They need to get the market up and yields down as much as they can, and then they need to de-risk. Because if they don't, they're gonna get eaten alive by their fat tail. Because we don't get what bonds mean to the bulls. If you're short volatility and people are going long bonds, you're gonna get fucked really, really, really hard. And the higher yields go, the more incentivized people are to get into bonds. I tried to explain to a relative that when I can get a risk-free rate of 5%, that's bad for the stock market. Yeah. Especially when you can get it for like 30 years. If the 30-year hits 8%, I'm going to put all of the cash I have in it. And then I'll just spend the next 30 years selling them off to banks. Treasuries YOLO? I mean, they're same as cash, right? You can use them for margin. No. 90 90+% for margin, but still. If the 30-year hits 8%, I'm going to put all my money into D's. Are you going to get the warrants? Hmm. How's Fubo looking? Like nothing's happened to it? Ooh, the tips are crossing back over. Almost. All right. Our calls trying to position us higher. Pretty big advantage for the call side if minutes drop at 43.55. I was gone for a couple of hours. Have you touched on how hawkish Paz is doing lately? I think he's still under the couch. Although I did mention that he comes out once in a while now, pushes stuff off of my counters, and then goes back under the couch. But only if I'm at work. Like if I leave my office door open, he won't come out from under the couch. Can you show him to us? I'm not kidding him. It's a pain in the ass. I've shown him to everyone on stream before. Oh, he's also gotten so fucking fat that he had to rip the hole in the bottom of the couch even bigger to fit in it. Birkenstock IPO. You want to hold the insiders' bags? My cat doesn't give a fuck about me most of the time until I close my office door. And then she goes nuts. Makes sense. Hey, Dork, if they get this up $3 more in the next 2 minutes, they might just pump before anybody gets a chance to read the fucking statement. They have a big advantage over 55. We got, what, 2 minutes? See, guys, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. The economy is totally going to be okay when JPAS starts cutting rates next year. You gotta get him husky cat. Why would I put clothes on a cat? Is he becoming an overfed shut-in and he doesn't care? Me? Oh, the cat? You should walk your cat or get it a treadmill. He's got like a gym, like a cat tree gym thing. Why do you close your office door when you live alone? Because the rest of the walls in my apartment are made out of construction paper. And I don't want anybody to ever hear me talking about the shit that we talk about in here in public. Big pump peener. Minutes? Nope. Staff review. Total and core PCE price inflation was forecast to be around 3.5% at the end of this year. And inflation was projected to move lower in the coming years as demand and supply in the product and labor markets continue to move into better alignment. Total and core PCE price inflation were expected to be close to 2% in 2026. The staff continued to view the uncertainty around the baseline projection. Thank you, Dork. Hold on one second. I just want to see if this is more pumpies. Okay. Put Delta falling off. Big pumpies, maybe. That's exciting. All right. Where was I? 60, 65 go in the money. We'll probably test 75. Risks around the inflation forecast are seeing a skew to the upside, given the possibility that inflation could prove to be more persistent than expected, or that further adverse shocks to supply conditions might occur. Should these upside inflation risks materialize, the responsive monetary policy could, if coupled with an adverse reaction in financial markets, tilt the risks around the forecast of the economic activity to the downside. And then I'll cover the staff outlook in a second. I want to see what this is going to do. Hear me out. Bull trap. Could be. I don't think it is, but it could be. Confirmation of a breakout is still going to be like 60-65 though. And we're quite a ways away from there. How's NQ taking the news? Up. 14 BPS. Yields. Ooh. Yields and dollar are moving higher. Dollar is almost back at 106. $60 is decent confirmation. 65 would be very good. Yeah, I kind of agree. $43.80, here we come. Well, are the puts gonna capitulate? They might not, right? Especially if we lose 55. Oh, we lost 55. Hmm. Yeah, still looks pretty stable. So ES break 85, then 90. 85 and 90 on ES. So ES is just breaking up above 85 right now. Why are you short time bullish if you expect the data to be bad this week? Because they need to de-risk, and the only way they can do that is by pumping. They have to pump a lot in order to get their Vega risk off. I'm actually more bearish than I was before, but I also have the capacity to understand that in the interim, before that bearishness is realized, they need to de-risk billions and out of the money Vega. I'm not even sure Theta Gang's been winning here. I mean, it's not like the market's been static all day. It's just been going down. Is Discord down for anyone else? It's not down for me yet, but it may be soon. They're putting the FOMC minutes into chat GPT to tell them what to do. Give them a minute. How do you train that nimbly bimbly mind of yours to flip bullish bearish so fast? I don't know. Just people have too much attachment to their positions. Just don't do that. That's what I thought. I just wanted to check to make sure there were other reasons too. I mean, there may be similar de-risking patterns going on in between like bond and broad like index correlation. Um, but the realization's kind of the same, right? Like they both need the same thing. Shorts on the long end, like the long end of the yield curve, need an opportunity to get out, and shorts on VIX or vol in general need an opportunity to get out. And so they need to create that opportunity. Remember that Prodigy song, Smack My Bips Up? In theory, how long would it take for the 30-year to get up near 8%? If the 30-year goes to 8%, it'll probably happen all at once. And you probably won't have a lot of time to buy it. Kenny's disrupting Discord to take your attendees. Oh no. Hmm. And it's likely that we're going to see unemployment continue to rise, right? And the Fed's projecting like 4.6 by next year. Based on the most recent labor data, that hasn't happened yet, but you can sell them. They have, yeah, there's a market for bonds. They're their value, the bond like value goes up when yields go down. If you have, well, if you have a higher yield, especially if you have a higher yield. Mm, it's not looking that bad for bulls either. Remember, if they can hit that cover bid and shorts start capitulating, it'll run hard. I mean, they're going to need to get us above 4360.
but it's not like they can't push for that all at once, right? So with the minutes of nothing burger, I mean their end of year projections for PCE are a bit low compared to the data that we've gotten since then. So that's like a little bearish. I haven't read the rest of the economic projections, but I mean it looks like they were a little off on their data assumptions, which we already knew in the September meeting. Because their dot plots weren't accounting for the giant spike in energy costs. So that that aspect of it is moderately bearish. Although I don't know how many participants give a shit. Well, at these prices, the MM's losing money. So 2/3 of members think they need at least one more hike. Thank you. Then bonds should be appropriately priced right now, mostly. Although the narrative around one more hike can still change. And that means that bonds are going to have to price in some kind of risk premium, right? Especially if CPI is also increasing tomorrow. Yeah, before I know it's before end of year. That's been their current projection uh since before Jackson Hole. Think we chop around here until core tomorrow? No, I don't think anyone wants that. Here go those laptop fans. Brad dead or just a small pullback? I mean, for now, I think it's just a small pullback. Jimmy doesn't have a gap. Does it? No, there's no gaps. Ooh, that's fancy. Pricing on the 43.55 call is interesting. A normal kills. Oh, I have it on Ashi. Sorry. Where? Oh, at market open? I don't think anyone gives a shit. It's like 1 cent. It'll probably fill. Hmm. Buy volumes picking up. On ES. We tested just above 90, 43.90. Gurk, rat has ruined me. I'm now homeless. You sold it earlier. What? Half of it? For double what you bought it for, right? Or, well, not double. I guess you bought it at like 70, right? So for 30% gains? Wait, you're still up on the rest of it. Rad's up. What are you talking about? Fuck you. The trending misspellings on Israel are hilarious. Israel, Israel, Israel. The last one's closest to being phonetically accurate. I'm penniless. I spent my rad money on drugs. Getting Zanny bars. Is Israel real? Dork, they want the tasty treats. Please don't do benzos. I'm not. Are you telling me or just generally? Oh man, back when I lived in New York City, I used to buy mini bars from the mailroom dude in my office building. Sketch. Those mailroom dudes need an apartment too. Can we hit 11 trillion on SPX? No. Markets last week priced in no rate hike this year. No. Bonds priced in a rate hike this year. An additional rate hike. Already. What equity markets are assuming is that that will be sufficient for the Fed and that the Fed will now back off of hiking rates again. Well, that's the new bull narrative on like Yahoo and CNBC, right? Is that the Fed's totally not going to do anymore. Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry about the bond values in the bond market crashing 50% in the last 2 weeks. It's going to be okay. FinTwit apes are telling me that Taylor Swift is going to trigger the popcorn MOASS finally. How do you MOASS a stock with like a 2 billion share float? I guess we should ask Jensen. Dork, risk assets. I wonder how hard this can actually pump. Like, are we gonna hit 75 and then it's gonna go fucking crazy? This is early still. We've got like an hour and a half. You ask Jensen, I'll ask Taylor. Meet back here in an hour. Leaving all kinds of gaps on this pump. Somebody's excited. That's the cover bid. Let's hope it doesn't fail. How high can this go? Right now, like 43.75, but it could break higher than that. 43.80. But interest may accumulate as it moves higher. We still want to clear 65. 65's still that confirmation level. A little bit of a speed bump. Also, ES 4400. So they're like, they're the same. See? Ooh. Goddamn losers. Bear trap? I need to zoom out. People are going to get way too worked up. Support at 43.92.25. That's a lot of volume. Profit taking? All right. Well, if we cross by VWAP, so I have no further guesses. Well, we can fall right back through it. Bump and run. Or further breakdown. We could break there too. We'll see. Can you zoom in so only one big red candle is visible? Is there a reason Express is still without an options chain? I'm just curious. It's got like no volume, so I'm sure the OCC just doesn't care about opening one on it. Oh, we filled one of the downside gaps. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Atomic. I just saw that. Hmm. Um, why does the OCC want to see me fail? I need express covered calls. That's on IWM play. Still bullish. Uh, I might wait to re-enter till tomorrow. This could be like an okay re-entry, but I might wait till after CPI. Short sellers are using billions to suppress GME's price. Short sellers might be using like a couple million to suppress GME's price. My poor stranded 4370s. I'm gonna be stranded a little while longer. Short sellers aren't even short selling GME anymore.
The OCC won't let me be.
Short sellers doing nothing while they watch GME shareholders suppress the price by selling. Hey, look, I came back after 2 hours and nothing changed. That's not true. We broke out of our downtrend. Does Rad still have some legs on it? I don't see why not. It's not like a play. I'm like researching heavily, right? Like I threw $500 at it. I don't and 160 of that is already like discounted from the CSPs I closed earlier. So it's just I don't care what happens to it. It probably has more legs. It's been short sold a bunch. They seem to be covering a little. Now, if someone were to come in and bail Rad out of their bankruptcy, or Rad was able to bail themselves out of their bankruptcy, woo boy. But that's a pipe dream. If it goes back above $1, it won't be delisted anymore, and then people will be sad. All right, Greg, I'm back from my meeting to resume catcalling you. Thanks. I think Jimmy's trying to replicate their trading in of games at a low price with their stock. I commented earlier asking if you lined up the beard or something, then turned off the sound and had a meeting. Anyway, looking mighty ruggedly handsome. I trimmed it last night. I didn't really line it up. It's still scruffy, but thank you. Do you use the same time frames trading futures as you do SPX? I rarely go below the 5 minute on futures. SPX will go. I mean, I don't. The time frame's not really very relevant, right? You can just zoom out and combine periods of time, right? So, like, if you want to look at this inverse head and shoulders on the 15, like, it'll look better. But it's still the same fucking thing on the 1 minute. Mm, that's not good. Actually, maybe a recovery here is stronger. 240. Something like that. Nope, shit. Well, it didn't turn into a Head and Shoulders yet. Well, it kind of did, but then it didn't. So when you get bump and run reversals, here's a fun thing, something to watch out for, especially if you're trying to play one, right? So you get, you get your move up, right? And then when it comes back down, oh here, let me do it this way. So when it comes back down, if it doesn't break through here, right, then you have your run set up. So this is your bump. And these are much more reliable on longer term time frames, but son of a bitch. When you retest and bounce, this is either your confirmation that you're going to get the run and continue higher, but sometimes these will reject, right? And then it turns into an ascending Head and Shoulders. These can be super fucking bearish if they fail, which is kind of what this is doing, right? And this is because there's still a ton of bearish interest in this range. Like 65 and 60 have a shit, are sitting, like we're sitting on a big fat stack of puts at both of those levels. Calls are heavier, but there's a lot of puts. If these fail, they can fail all the way back to the neckline, which is back here. But you have to watch for that, and sometimes you'll get this kind of situation where your run was strong enough that you have a divergence from the longer term trend. So sometimes you may like fill the longer term trend and then bounce, but this is super risky. You don't really need that if you understand where positioning is, right? But if you don't, or you don't get that, it can be useful. What do you think we have going on here right now? I think, I mean, I already know, right? We have a shitload of puts at 60 and 65, and we have slightly more calls. So the 65 60C, these are slightly higher than the 65 60 put. So bulls have a slight advantage here, but it's very slight. And if like interest were to pick up in the puts, that could shift, right? And if it shifts, it would sell off very, very hard. Like we could sell off all the way back to at least back to 50. If not back to like 45. The marble is on the bowling ball. I repeat, the bowling ball. I gotcha. Odds on an early SLD. Why would SLD be early? SLD is never early, nor is it late. It's just scheduled. Would you ever want to D your SL early? It's like sister-in-law? I don't know. By early, do you mean like before you're married? I D my SL early for rent. My landlord loves me. What's the strat for getting a mother-daughter combo? I don't think you'd want that. SLDs me every day. Can we auction off muting Dork? He isn't making sense. Dork is becoming irrationally bullish the closer to breaking 4365 we get. Yes, why would one want that? I don't know. The other question is, why isn't that a fantasy that goes the other way? Like, I don't think a woman in the history of women have ever been like, I want to fuck that dude and his son. What's Dork's VIX right now? Like 45. No, no, I think you're correct. Thank you, Jen Jen, female of the internet. You're right. Bears always, Bearadactyl, you're right. Bears always win. Bulls always lose. What did you do? Buy GME? Like, why do you keep going on about this, Breton? Did you buy GME $16 calls at 1605? Irrationally bullish? Like shirt taking off bullish? Sympathetic shirt taking off bullish? No. Every stepmom does, according to Cornub. The last guy I dated was exactly halfway between the age of him and his son. I would choose one, though, obviously. Uh, huh. Remember Fubo 2.5? Enough theta for a Fubo OPEX run? Who said Fubo's getting an OPEX run? Bulls look kind of fucked. Thoughts? Do they? I mean, like long term, sure. Today, probably not. I feel uncomfortable knowing that my sister is listening to this conversation. Well, if she's not your sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about it. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Or did you buy another zero DTE? It's Brayton? Don't associate us. I'm sorry. Why do you crush my dreams every day? Why do you ask me to? I had naughty time once with a woman who 2 or 3 months later decided to have the same fling with my dad. I wasn't so keen on that, but I think that was the point. Okay. That makes sense. Although, I feel like your dad's. Does your dad not know bro code? You know, after a long and worldly life, I don't think anybody actually follows bro code. I know. Calm down. It's a shock, but it might just be true. You know, people are constantly fucking their friends' exes all the time. Never mind. That hedge is now 120 BPS out of the money. I'm doing my part. You're keeping like 0.1 positive delta on the chain, Dork. You are one sheriff spy. Bro code has no age limit. It's a code for the ages amongst bros. Now, if someone's not your bro, fuck them, right? But in order to allow someone to not break bro code, they have to come to you and join the Eskimo Brotherhood. Now, it's okay to be a bro with an Eskimo brother if you weren't bros with them before they became an Eskimo brother. I've modified bro code. A friend may only have one ex that's unfuckable at any one time. Well, that's a given. Let me say this. Bro code absolutely works, though, because you can discern true bro from faux bro. Exactly. Where did Eskimo Brotherhood originate? Within the igloo, I presume. You'd be surprised. Some guys are like, dude, that's my ex from like 8 years ago. Yeah, but then you freak them out with something like, were her nipples pierced back then? And then they don't know, right? They're like, fuck, were they? Are they now? And you're like, I don't know, man. And you just walk off. EBDPBNB. Bro code's not complicated. You know why bro code exists? Because when we were nomads traveling in tribes together, if you fucked your bro's girl, he was gonna stab you with a spear. And then the whole tribe down a hunter, right? It was essential to human survival. We never would have come this far only to fail if we didn't have that in place from the get-go. No, you can't stab them with spears anymore. Best case scenario, you can get them to fight you, and then if they hit you, you can hit them back. Eskimo Bros database created by Taco and sold to Mark Cuban for 1.1 million. How does the tribe woman find a new man? She just goes traveling for a new tribe? No, that's not how it worked back then, Jen. I think you and I both know that. Now, sometimes the man might go find another tribe, and but no. I didn't say it was fair. Gherk, stop the bears. I can't. Maybe there were some tribes that were more open to experimentation. That's what I'm gonna do if I quit stock trading. I'm gonna study the anthropology of polygamous relationships in Neolithic man. What if the woman only has an OnlyFans? Is she free game? Are you asking for a friend or for yourself? Let me tell you about the society most open to polygamy, the lost colony of Roanoke. Who breaks the code more, women or men? Uh, I mean, I don't want to get into too many stereotypes, but it's women. It's because for men, it's like, oh, I'm about to fuck my buddy's ex, right? And for women, they're like, yes, I'm gonna fuck my girlfriend's ex. I'm not wrong. You're wrong. How undesirable is the ex? You're gonna get shushed, probably, yeah. Bulls losing grip? I don't know. It's hard to say if they actually have one. I'm not rewarding bad behavior. Guys in relationships might not say this out loud, but when we're in relationships, we get way more attention. Now, that might be psychological because like you're already getting laid, so maybe you don't reek of desperation, but it may not be. Clip it for the algorithm. It's totally that. Speak for yourself. I reek of desperation at all times. Seriously, being aloof is one strong ass chick magnet, so is a wedding ring. Combine those two. There's, I mean, well, people are, we have observational bias, right? Let's let's just think about this scientifically, right? If a woman, a straight cisgendered woman, sees a man and he's got a wedding ring or a kid, or it tells a lot about you right up front, right? Like, A, you have a dick that works. B, you're probably straight mostly and interested in women. Um, C, you have enough money to feed an additional person, so stable, right? These are all desirable traits in a partner. But is that so crazy? Oh, we broke 65. Who gives a shit? Quiet. It also means another woman has probably vetted you. Don't fail here, bulls. You've almost killed the VIX. No. Have you ever hear women talk about their husbands? Some women are very fond of their husbands. That's why they married them. Have you ever heard guys talk about their wives? It's disgusting. It's simpy shit. Now do the couple that noticed you from across the bar and liked your vibe. It's evolution. You're more attractive if you have a partner. Same as a woman in red. I wish a woman in red would walk across 4370 on the SPX right now and get the fucking bulls horned up. The strangest thing since I got married and had a damling, I get more attention from my single guy friends, coworkers who wish they had the same situation. Weird. That is fucking weird. Don't ever let men hang out with your children that aren't also fathers. I'll probably pop. My girlfriend is awesome. I'll probably pop the question once I'm not walking, talking financial marble on a bowling ball. All right. Why can't you delete comments sometimes? It's more fun to read them. Have you invested in any companies that make Rudy Tooty point and shooties? No. Would Carl in a dress suffice? It might work. He's a ginger, so there's extra red. You're wrong, and that's that. I'd never go for a married man. Waste of time. Plus, who wants to do that to his wife? Empathy is a thing, not for most people. I think people with emotional intelligence and empathy are probably far rarer than the average, or at least rarer than you might think. Interesting. I lost all of my guy friends after my wife and I had kids. Yeah, I wouldn't talk to you anymore. Seriously, we need a dummy thick trend line stat. All right, I'm working on it. Hold on. It needs to be green. That way all the bounces are more bullish. Worst end of day pump ever. It's pretty pathetic. It's so thick you can't even see the red part of the candle that formed. Get Bostic out there. How far out of the money is your call, Dork? $10? That's not even that bad. Thoughts on GME until end of October. We'll look for the borrow rate to move up. If it doesn't, meh. Yeah, well, we've had OPEX runs without the borrow rate moving before, but not for a long time. That was like back in 2021. Hey, Dork, the futures looks way more bullish than SPX. This candle didn't even touch the trend. Although it does have 5 more minutes. Do you still play that dangerous game, or does being rich make you more scared of shotgun wielding partners? I mean, I'd prefer to avoid that particular type of risk. Although people don't always tell you. That happened to me like twice last year. One chick was married and her husband kept fucking calling me and leaving messages on my phone. And then this other girl like was in my living room and her phone rang and she was like, "Shut up, it's my boyfriend." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Classy. Yeah, yeah. I didn't break bro code. I didn't know her boyfriend. Bro code's only amongst bros. The bro code only exists within a circle of bros that have taken on the social contract. Bro tribe. The bro mantle. Are you sure you don't just attack crazies that want your shirt off? I don't think so, Grim 2. Dork and I need Stefan? For what? Grim 2's trying to find an opening there. He really is. I gotta give him credit. He's persistent. This looks like an ascending channel now. The pump is so fucking weak. It's kind of weak. But it's consolidating. You did your friend's wife and then took away his grandma's house. Hold on, hold on. I didn't take anything. He already owed me, the fucker already owed me money. And then he wanted me to loan him more money, so I made him give me collateral. And I banged his wife before he ever met her. So technically, he broke bro code. Although I didn't go out with his wife, so he didn't really. But he's the bro code breaker, not me. The house is my reward for him breaking the social contract. Did he ask you before getting with her? No, I don't. I still don't think he knows. That was supposed to be attract, not attack. Well, you fucked it up. Try again next time. I've known him since freshman year. A while, yeah. He doesn't know I have a stream. Or at least I don't think he does. Well, if he does, now he knows. Maybe that's why he sent me those fucking bagels for no reason last year. That was weird. The line? It's okay, Dork. Does you have any children who are ruggedly handsome with 4 legs? No. I didn't take his house. He got money. You and his wife exchanged flirtatious glances. Gross. I hate it when people say that. It's like when people like, call their partner lover. Ugh. It's a disgusting fucking word. 43.75 or 43.50 end of day. We don't know yet. The battle is still raging on. I think charm favors the bulls a little bit. Well, maybe not below 43.65. I made it as thick as I could, Dork. I could draw another one. We're really scraping the bottom of the mayo jar, aren't we? Yeah, a little bit. What's that fucking put I sold? Well, that's doing a little better, I guess. Oh, I forgot to put holes on it. Damn, too late. I think the saying is fortune favors the bulls. Oh god, we really are scraping. Why bullish this week but not next? CPI? No. Do you pre-read comments silently before you read them aloud, or can I put something outrageous at the end, wait for the realization to spread across your face? I mean, sometimes you can catch me. I've been caught. I've been caught slacking. Was Jimmy pretty much dead until OPEX now? Probably. I think it has some ETF FTDs coming next week. Wait, is that tomorrow or today? Oh, it's today. I blame the shills. 17 trades today, and I lost $1. Not even the deep, nuanced Discord around Eskimo brothers can make me feel as though I haven't wasted my day. Best SNL sketches is Lovers, where it's Will Ferrell in a jacuzzi at the Wesley Arms Hotel. I've never seen it. I'll have to look it up. I misspelled discourse. Worse and worse. I'm sorry to hear that, Brett. You'll it's okay. You're just having an off day, man. Do you think this is just getting stomped on by futures? Still gamma at 43.70.75. Looks so bullish. Yeah, I know. No, it's mostly getting stopped by the at the money positioning. I really don't think futures are selling off very hard right here. There's like some defense of like 4,400. I mean not technically on futures, it's a little more bullish, right? Like if this bounces and we retest, that's probably where we could get a breakout. I mean, we don't have a lot of time. Time's probably the worst part of this. But I don't think it's for a lack of trying to push. The interest is definitely there. There's not a lot of, you know what there isn't? There isn't a lot of capitulation on the 43.60 puts. And there probably won't be unless we break 65 significantly. Again, I mean, we got a little bit the last time we broke 65, so we'd really need to break our high. So 43.67. And then it's close enough to the end of the day that they might sell off. And if they do, that could drive a lot of covering. Jesus fucking Christ, Jimmy's getting murdered. That went right off the deep end. We're gonna close at spot. Gross. No, we're above spot. That's above spot's better. We broke back through the thick line. Fuck. What did I miss? Slight recovery. It's not really like a V. It's more of like a whatever that would be, like a butt crack, like the cleftal horizon. Hey, Snapchat, I don't appreciate you constantly reminding me that 2016 was 7 years ago. That was poetic. Thank you, Jen. Have you ever had the pleasure of peeling the SPAN Spanx off of, what are Spanx? Are you just trying to write SPX? A tight tube sock women wear on their body to slim them down. Like a corset? Yes, but spandex. That doesn't sound good for your internal organs. Shapewear? I can't imagine a woman would wear that on a date where she expected to get undressed. Okay. I'm still trying to think about how this works. Is it semi-rigid? Or is it like jello with cellophane on top? It's just thick spandex, 3 sizes too small. Like compression socks? We have a penile prosthesis that's called semi-rigid. Is that for like older gentlemen that are like, it doesn't get that hard anymore? They don't want the illusion. Like compression socks, but your whole body. Hmm. Like a wetsuit. Oh, okay. All right, I kind of get it. I look pretty good in a wetsuit. Squishes your junk though. Spanx is a brand. They sell all kinds of undergarments. You can just hit Google. It'll look like a bad old Sears catalog. All right. Oh no. You think we could do it in 30 minutes, Dork? We broke the high. Where's the capitulation? No, it doesn't look like distribution. Am I betting on it? No. Well, I am, heavily. There's a tendon men can cut that will give you 2 to 3 more inches, but the compass always points south after that. Why would you want more dick? Weird. Stream card tomorrow is you in a wetsuit. Fantastic. 2 to 3 inches. I better get a strap for my ankle. That's easy for a centaur with 2 dicks to say. I don't think there's a centaur model where it has 2 dicks. It's either front dick or bat dick. There's no double dick centaur amalgamation. Did you know rat earnings are before open in the AM? Yeah. Yeah, I did. How many accounts are you managing these days? Like actively? 6? There's 9 of them. One of them's an account me and Dork were fucking with, but I forgot about it for like 2 weeks, and I remembered today that I had it earlier, and I was gonna buy some options in it, and then I forgot about it again. Be right back. I'm going to commission an unrelated drawing on Tumblr. Don't put that evil into the internet. Didn't Rev announce their funding at their earnings call? I don't remember. Maybe. Futures is actually breaking up through 4,400. I wish the momentum was a little better. GME big sad. Yeah, it's dumping. Is Jimmy being shorted? Hmm. Yes. It's like pretty heavily in XRT, actually. Hmm. We need a thin, perforated resistance line to the upside. Oh, so we have something to break out of? I got you. That's the most fragile I can make it. But I can... Ah. Never mind. I can do that to protect our downside. Why are none of these fucking greens actually green? The color palette that WeBull chose is atrocious. Come on. I hope somebody's selling a fuck ton of 43.75s and they get squeezed out before the end of the day. I think they are, because as we've been going up, the price has just been getting crushed super hard. Next week, downs? Middle to the end of next week, I think. Surely you can put in your own hex code? Nope, no custom color option. Don't remind me, asshole. All right, Dork, we broke above the line. So yeah, like 20 minutes, right? They almost got me. Wait, what? That'd be nuts. I mean, you're not wrong though. It really could keep going. 43.83? Oof. Whew. This is intense. All right, fuck it. I'll take it. It's gonna fucking hit 4380, isn't it? Yeah, I know VIX isn't looking so hot. It's getting the shit shorted out of it. 8250. Get fucked, hedgies. Look at us being bullish. It feels so freeing. I have a feeling that call will never actually hit what what I averaged my cost basis down to, but taking a 20% loss on the position is way better than taking 100%. Oh, also that shitty spread that I legged into earlier is now out of the money. You held those about 95 cents longer than I would have. What was the low on that contract? It went down to 25 cents at one point. How long we go up for the rest of the week? Well, we have CPI in the morning, and that could throw a wrench in the works once again. So we may get a drop back to the mid. Like, well, I mean, we're still in the mid range, right? Between 43.50 and 43.75. Like as bullish as this is, it's still just like a $25 move. It's just after an entire day of trending down, it's seems like a lot. But yeah, we could easily hit CPI trading at like 43.75 and have a repeat of this morning, right? Where we blow out like the upside call interest at the beginning of the day and then fail. Oh, what's Rad doing? Is Rad ripping on the rip? Oh, it's better than nothing, I guess. Maybe they'll just announce that they got a $6 billion loan to reconsolidate their debt. Can a man sell in the money PMCCs on GME if it runs? I don't want to own shares again. You can just sell in the money call spreads. Sowing the seeds of hopium. There's no hopium. Rad's definitely gonna. Rad on their current path is definitely going bankrupt. I had rad calls and I sold them to make $18. Nice. I closed the short side of the synthetic long. I'm still up on the calls, but I probably won't be tomorrow morning. It's weird because being a drug dealer is usually recession proof. If you could trade tomorrow and had only one put, would you buy some November 17s right now? Uh, probably. Probably. Are you hedged to the upside? I probably wouldn't. Yeah. Mm. Unless you were entering debit spreads, I mean, you're probably better off waiting for VIX to get lower. I think they're still going to push the dispersion trade more. And I don't think CPI is going to break their ability to do that. Is SPX going to shart to 4360 in a minute? I don't know. This is kind of looking like the bull pumps of like pre-August, right? Where like they haven't been selling a lot of their 75s here at the end of the day at all. So there's not a lot of profit taking going on, which makes me think they want to close. They're gonna try to buy the they're gonna buy the 80, hold the 75, and then when the 80 goes in the money, they'll start dumping the 75s. Like the way they used to ladder it up at the end of the day. The setup right now looks like they're gonna try to do that. I don't know what tomorrow's OI looks like yet. I could take a look. Give me a second. Nope, shit, that's today. Yeah, there's a nice big call ladder tomorrow, starting at 4380 up through 4400. My debit spread was an excellent decision. I got that cheap too. I don't really think the other debit spread's not even doing that badly. That's end of month. 30, 50. If it drops below, okay, that's acceptable. And then that's up. That's gonna be up some amount of dollars. 3. Nope, just 250. Rad, Fubo. Can I re-enter IWM? No, I probably have to wait till Friday, right? Fuck. Is the dispersion trade solely into Mag 7? No, but it's mostly into Mag 7. It's I was talking earlier about how like RSP really needed to lift to back a run. RSP is now up 18 BPS, so they need that breadth on these pumps. They don't have the liquidity that they did back in, there aren't people aren't as bullish that they had like back in June, July, and August. These pumps are a fucking joke compared to back then, right? Like back then, our V would be like 100 BPS. This is like 70. It might go a little higher by end of day, but oh, it is actually. Yeah, so they're gonna try to get those 75s to cash settle. What's RSP? It's an equal weight SPX index. So all 500 components are 1/500th of the index. Slowly looked into some straddles today, expiring Tuesday next week. Ended up with guts. Any reason to manage these differently? No, they have kind of shittier returns, but they're fine. It's basically the same. You just have like a lower capital allocation on the initial position. The returns won't change much, but your spread, like your loss spread, will be better. I thought there were closer to 506 stocks in the SPX. There's usually some number over 500. I think right now it's like 502 or 503, something like that. Because there's always some leaving and new ones entering, but it's I mean it's close enough to 500. Reddit gonna launch to 140 tomorrow or 10 cents. Ding ding, the day is done. Fuck, that was a wild ride. Some whatever we want to say about today. This part of it is just fucked. The 5 down 65 BPS, 10, 20, and 30 down 180, 140, and 240 and 260 respectively. So bond volatility is not going anywhere. I guess they're just gonna have to pump through it. Feud's just MOASing. Yeah, they're blowing off the market maker exposure into after hours. This will probably pull back. Dixie also, well, not up today, but not down. I guess, I mean, just flat. VIX futures up today, but VIX down. um, Gold up, silver up, oil down. Bond futures up 150 BPS. ES up 51, Nasdaq up 85, Dow up 23. That's a lot of conflicting information. Yeah, it looks like we started to get another spike in that volatility yield curve around 2 o'clock today, and they stuffed it hard. So I expect them to keep attempting, keep trying to keep attempting uh, to prevent the volatility yields from uh, crossing over with the forward curve on bonds. That's hard to do when bond prices keep rising, but so far they've been pretty successful. The yen carry trade is starting to collapse though, and I think we have enough days of it turning down that it's starting to become at least moderately significant. The last time we saw any real downside on it was uh, towards the end of August when we bounced and there was some covering. JPY USD closed today 149.21. But we have our first turnaround in like the local. Here, let me get rid of this. The local peak here. And generally, once this starts reversing, that's pretty bearish. It depends on how far or how fast it reverses, but Japan's doing something to stabilize their currency value. Maybe not a lot right now, but something. Correlation fell off today, so we kind of expected that to continue. That means that's going to mean more and more volatility rolling over into equities, right? So, long vol equities, right? Short vol indexes. If CPI comes in hot and bulls have to de-risk into tomorrow, how low can this return, or is it pretty well defended? I mean, here's the thing: like even if we de-risk tomorrow, right, back to like the Vega risk at 43.50, they're still gonna try to pump it from that point higher again. And I don't. I mean, Rad has earnings in the morning. Its price will be decided by that. Back to 4,200? No, like 4,350 is where they've been selling. 4,350 and 4,300 is where they've been selling on this move up. So they're compounding risk in that range right now. Wouldn't they pump SPX before de-risking down to 4,350? Probably, yeah. I mean, they kind of already are in after hours, right? I mean, we got ES testing yesterday's high, or close to yesterday's high already. And that puts ES like right around 43.85. They'll probably try to hold it here into the morning session. Then if CPI is bad, they'll de-risk, or we'll pump to 4,400 and then they'll de-risk like we had today. Straddles or strangles until proven otherwise. Well, I mean, we broke up above like the put strangles are gonna have to reposition, which they may be doing now into after hours, or they will on futures. But most of the put interest for tomorrow had already built up around 65, right? And so breaking out above that forces the puts to reposition as they get squeezed. And that I mean that creates the liquidity for the upside of our move at the end of today. That's why we're able to move from like 65 to 75 so quickly. I'm not even kidding when I say SPX rejection was right at where my call would have been green by 1 cent off premium. I'm sorry to hear that, Zorik. At least you didn't lose money though, right? That's a win in of itself. Anyway, yeah, so RSP moved up about 20, now it's up about 21 BPS today. Tesla down. And earnings, when are earnings for Tesla? Next week, right? Next Wednesday. Nvidia up today, 468.06. Next upside resistance on Nvidia is like 480. It's pretty far. I'm not even sure that's actually resistance. Netflix slumped lower today again. I'm pretty sure that the shit with the writer strike resolving is weighing pretty heavily on this right now. Microsoft up, Meta up, Google up, AMD down. All right. Amazon up. Yeah, so everything ripped. Rad. Yeah, Rad might keep running. Fubo crossed over today. That actually might move. Especially if we get another big move in Russell and we start to see some covering. Fubo hasn't been this illiquid in quite some time. The last time it was this illiquid, it was back here in early or late April. So I think there's a pretty good chance that we could see an earlier than OPEX run on Fubo, especially with this having crossed over already today. It may be only like a couple days before there's more realization of upside, right? And that could happen pretty rapidly, even though we don't have an earnings here or any kind of catalyst to really drive that covering. It's been a and back, like, the further back we go, the worse of an example it is, because the total float changes. Like back here, there were fewer shares available to borrow. But holy fuck is IWM just massively overshort. So yeah, I think there's a good chance that we could see a decent turnaround on Fubo. Jesus Christ. When was the last time it was that low? Huh. Okay. Anyway, Upstart's still kind of fighting with the liquidity there. Here's why I cut Upstart today. I'm a little worried about it still. Is back here, they've in the past they've really driven the liquidity down to nothing. If they do that again here, there could be way more downside after this rejection. And that's 2 days in a row that it's failed to cross back above, back into positive charm. If tomorrow's CPI print is like moderately bullish and we're gonna go to like 4,400, I'll probably consider re-entering this, because I still think that test of like 34 to 40 is possible. And then GME looks like it got shorted super hard into the end of today. They are running out of liquidity though, and the total return on their shorts is diminishing, right? Like so we should start to see the borrow rate climb up if we don't just start to see slow covering, right? And that's what we'll be looking for over the next few weeks. If you were to enter a GME position right now, you'd want at least enough theta to get you through OPEX, if not a little bit more. But it does look like they're gonna have to pick one or the other, right? They're gonna have to turn to the lending pool because XRT is about tapped out, or they're gonna have to start covering. And we also have we have ETF FTDs next week on GME. When do they really kick in? So we had some yesterday, the day before, none today. Tomorrow, not tomorrow, but on the 13th, on Friday, we have 700,000. Then Monday and Tuesday, we have 1.1 and 1.5 million ETF FTDs, respectively. Those are 1.1 and 1.5 are quite high. 700,000, I mean, that's not very much, but yeah, 1.1 and 1.5 is decent. It's decent enough to maybe force some covering and drive a little bit of upside. All right, that's it. Did you enter the IWM position from Pickles Picks? I bought it yesterday, and then I sold most of it yesterday morning, and then I sold the rest of it today. And then I wanted to re-enter it again tonight, but I fucked it up, so I'll just buy it on RTY. All right, thank you guys so much. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy